Hello everyone and welcome. This entire course has been carefully designed to teach CSS in the most understandable and practical way possible, including project-based and hands-on experience. Each part is followed by a knowledge exam, and we will learn CSS by styling 8 projects, which will contain 8 web pages or websites. For practice, you will also be asked to complete 2 projects and answer 71 challenge questions. This tutorial contains 9 videos in order. Sections of the tutorial are time-stamped, and you can find them in the description below, allowing you to quickly navigate to different parts of the video if you are looking for something specific. I am Michael with Easy Coding. This course requires basic knowledge of HTML. If you need to brush up on your HTML knowledge, I recommend that you work through my HTML course first. The link is included in the description. This course provides a gentle beginning to your path towards CSS advancement and mastery. It covers enough fundamentals that at the end you can style like a pro. It is great to have you here, and it is a pleasure for me to be your guide for this course as you start your web development adventure. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, so you may be informed when I add new videos. If you find this course helpful, please like and comment on it. Your suggestions will enable me to do better in upcoming videos. So one of the next steps will be to gather the necessary tools and begin learning. To create a CSS style sheet, you need a code editor and a browser. This is the list of tools I will be using in these tutorials. For an IDE or code editor, I like to use Visual Studio Code, aka VS Code. If you don't have it and want to install it, search online for VS Code, like I am doing right now. It is the first option for me, so I click on it. Here is the main page of the VS Code website. VS Code is made by Microsoft and is one of the most used IDEs by developers, and it is free. I am doing this course on a PC. VS Code is a cross-platform IDE that supports Windows, Mac, and Linux. If you want to install it, you can download it from this page. Here they are. I am also using these extensions in VS Code. If you click on this icon, extension, aka Marketplace, you can search for them. For example, let's key in prettier. It is the first one. I click on it to expand it. Here is more information about it. You can search for each of them. If you like him, install him. Which browser you use is a personal preference. Please be aware that each browser has different default settings. Your code should work on all of them, but the outcome that is displayed on the screen may be different depending on the browser default setting. I use Google Chrome and Chrome DevTools for these tutorials. We will use a World Wide Web Consortium's aka W3C CSS validation service to validate our code. I have also created a main folder named CSS-tutorials on my desktop. I am going to put all the subfolders for these tutorials in there. You may want to do the same thing by creating a main folder on your computer, naming it whatever you like, and placing all the tutorial subfolders in it. Cascading style sheets, aka CSS, is a style sheet language. While we use HTML to structure the page's content the way we intended, we use CSS to style the appearance and format our pages to make them look cool. CSS is the W3C standard for defining the appearance and format of our documents written in HTML. CSS Level 1 and CSS Level 2 were formerly described in a single document. However, from CSS Beyond Level 2, the CSS Working Group chose a modular approach in which CSS is divided into separate modules, each with its own level number. CSS version numbers are no longer used. Everything is now CSS without a version number. I have already created a folder named folder-01 and added an index.html file to it. I am adding another file to it right now and naming it style.css. A CSS file must have the file extension .css, which shows that this is a CSS file. For file and folder names, it is best practice to use lowercase letters with no spaces and words separated by hyphens, but it is not required. This is the index.html file. It has a header, a nav element, an article contains heading and 3 paragraphs. Let's take a look at it in the browser. As you can see, the HTML documents are readable in a browser. What you are seeing are the browser's default styles. The browser applies a very basic styles to HTML to ensure that the document is readable even if no styles are specified by the author. There are 3 different ways to apply CSS to an HTML document. For now, we use the link element and add our style.css file inside the HTML file's head element, like this. I save the file. In VS Code, the Control key plus the slash key display a comment like this. Anything between this and this is a comment. CSS is a rule-based language. The rules are a style instruction that describe how an element or group of elements should be displayed. A selector is used to begin the CSS rule. This selector points to the HTML element that will be styled. Browsers determine which elements to apply the CSS rules to by identifying the selectors. For example, we can change our page's background color to be displayed in a different color. To do this, we must style the body element. In this case, the body element is our selector. Then we add a set of curly braces between the braces. One or more declaration will be placed, where a property such as background color separated by a colon and a space is paired with a value like say this sky blue. And a semicolon to separate it from the next declaration. This pairing is called a CSS declaration. Each pair specifies a property of the element we are selecting and then a value for the property. The whole set of CSS declaration between the braces are called declaration blocks. Let's also change the font color. We use the color property, colon, space, then we give it this dark blue color with a semicolon to separate it from the next declaration. Now we save the file and we see the changes on the screen. So the whole thing, body, curly braces, and declaration block, which is this is the whole thing, declaration block, all of them is called the CSS rule. Many of these rules will be written one after the other in a CSS style sheet. Let's also make the main heading red, italicize it, and center it on the page. So our selector is going to be H1, pair of curly braces. The first declaration, we use color property, colon. Then we give it this red, nice red, crimson. And then semicolon to separate it from the next declaration. Next, we want to style the font. We use font dash style. And then italic is good. We give it italic. And then we want to center the text. We use text dash align. Again, colon and center is good, and semicolon. I save the file. Here it is. We have the H1 heading, the color changed. The font style is italic, and we center the text on the page. Properties are identifiers that are human readable and define the aspects of appearance you want to change. Each property is assigned a value. This value indicates how to style the property. As I mentioned earlier, when a property is paired with a value, this pairing is called a CSS declaration. CSS declarations are found within CSS declaration blocks. The CSS declaration blocks are nested in a pair of curly braces. and the whole thing is a CSS rule. This is the whole thing, and this is a CSS rule. Some properties like font, background, padding, border, and margin are called shorthand properties. This is because shorthand properties set several values on a single line. For example, paddings and margins could be defined like this. I just do it for padding. Margins can be defined the same way. This means that on all sides, we go clockwise from the top, right, bottom, and left paddings get 20 pixels of padding. This means that the top and bottom get 20 pixels, top and bottom get 20 pixels, right and left get 15 pixels of padding. This means the top get 20 pixels, the right and left get 15 pixels, and the bottom get 10 pixels of padding. I do a copy and pasting for the next one. This rule equals this one. Again, we go clockwise. This is the top, padding top. This is the right, padding right. This is the bottom, padding bottom. This is the left, and padding left. If you just want to add padding on one side, you can use these declaration individually, this declaration over here. All of the above example are shorthands. This is the longhand. I comment this rule out. We don't need them over here. A color property may be defined in different ways. Also, its value may include a transparency value. One way is to use named colors, such as yellow, light blue, or pink, to represent a specific color. This way, we are only limited to the available named colors. Color names are not case sensitive. Another method is to use the RGB color values, in which R stands for red, G stands for green, and B stands for blue. RGB colors can be represented in both hexadecimal string and functional notations. Using hexadecimal string notation for describing the RGB color value, the syntax is written as hexadecimal digits beginning with hashtag, as well as its transparency. The hexadecimal characters consist of digits 0 through 9 and letters A through F for a total of 16 characters. So it was 0 through 9 and A through F for a total of 16 characters. The syntax could be like this. Or where A or AA represents alpha and is optional. Hexadecimal characters are not case sensitive. The optional alpha component is for the color's transparency. Transparency value refers to the process of combining one image with a background to create the appearance of partial or full transparency. The value must be between 0, fully transparent, and 1, fully opaque or fully opacity. If we want to change the font color for the second paragraph using hexadecimal string notation, we will do it as follows. We also want to use a class attribute's value as the selector. To do this, we must prefix the class value with a dot to be recognized as a selector, like this. We also want the font to be printed in bold. I save the file to see the changes on the screen. Here it is. The RGB color functional notations are presented in 3 ways. RGB color functional notations could be like for example, this is black, or RGB 255, 255, 255, and this is white. Or like RGB A, it is RGB /A, with the optional A for transparency. With combination of different red, green, and blue channels with 256 different values per channel, it is possible to produce, I copy and paste here, it is possible to produce 16.7 million different colors. R, G, and B can be numbers or percentages, with 255 equal to 100%. A or alpha can be a number between 0 and 1, or a percentage where 1 equals 100%, fully opacity. The function also accepts a legacy syntax in which all values are separated with commas. The HSL colors define a given color in the RGB colors based on its hue, saturation, and lightness components. An optional alpha component represents the color's transparency. The HSL colors are represented in functional notations and could be like, I do copy and paste here, like these, or this one. This one has the optional alpha, A for alpha, where the H is the hue, taking as a value an angle of the color circle given in angles measuring units. When written as a unitless number, it is interpreted as degrees. This is the saturation as a percentage value, where 100% is completely saturated and 0% is completely unsaturated. The L is the lightness as a percentage value, where 100% is white and 0% is black. The optional A is alpha transparency. The function also accepts a legacy syntax in which all values are separated with commas. The HWB color values also define a given color in the RGB colors based on its hue, whiteness, and blackness components. The H is the hue, taking as a value an angle of the color circle given in angles measuring units. When written as a unitless number, it is interpreted as degrees, followed by W for the amount of whiteness and B for the blackness in percentage values. Values are not separated with the comma, and an optional alpha value can be included. It must be separated by a forward slash. The HW colors are represented in functional notations and could be like, I do a copy and paste here, like this. Test your knowledge is the next screen. Please complete them all, watch the video again, and repeat them if needed until you are comfortable with them. A lot of CSS writing is about boxes. Browsers see HTML elements on our page, both block and inline elements, as being contained in boxes. Understanding these boxes is essential for creating complex CSS layouts or aligning items with other items. The CSS layout is mostly based on the box model. The CSS boxes are usually categorized as block boxes or inline boxes based on how they behave in terms of page flow and in relation to other boxes on the page. Boxes have an inner display type and an outer display type. Because a box has an outer display type, it knows how to behave with other boxes. Then has an inner display type that changes the way its children behave. Those children then have an outer and inner display type too. We can set different values for the display type using the display property. Changing the value of the display property can change whether the outer display type of a box is block or inline. This changes the way it displays next to other elements in the layout. I have already created a folder named folder-02. I added index.html and style.css files to it. The style.css file has some basic styles. Let's look at them in the browser. This is the page we are going to use for this video. Our page has a header, an H1 heading. Inside the header, beside the H1 heading, we have a nav element and an ordered list inside the nav element. Then we have an article. The article has heading and some paragraph and two span element, one over there and a mark element over here, and the other span element is over here. I comment out the CSS file. Let's see our page without the style sheet. I save the file. This is our page's normal flow. Normal flow is how the browser lays out the HTML pages by default when you do nothing to control page layout. Our page is displayed in the exact order in which it appears in the source code, with elements stacked on the top of one another. Like here, we have the H1 heading and then the header. The header, we have, this is the entire header. The H1 heading is inside the header. And then we have a nav element. Inside the nav element, we have the unordered list. Then we have the article. As you can see over here, they appears in the order we have them in the source code right here. That's the normal flow. Then we have the article and then H2 element and this short paragraph and so on. All elements except the two span and mark elements on our page have an outer display type of block. The browser renders them as a block box. They start on a new line and and extend the entire available width. Like this, the H1, or this paragraph. These are block bars. But this span over here is inline box or inline element by default. It is inline element, or the mark element over here, and the second span over here. They are inline element, and the browser display them as inline boxes. Let's uncomment our CSS file, give the nav element a border, and get rid of the list items bullets, these bullets. The border property is a shorthand property. We can set several values on a single line. I save the file. So we have the border. And now let's get rid of these bullets. We say list dash style dash type. We give it a none value. We gave the unordered list a class attribute with the value of ul-1. We prefix it with a dot to use it as the selector. Anytime you have a class attribute and you want to use the value as a selector, you have to prefix it with a dot. And then we use the list style type property and give it the value of none. I save the file. Here it goes. Now we got rid of the bullets. We can use the display property to make these boxes behave as we want by changing their display types. We begin with the unordered list. It is a block level element and displayed as a block box. Its children or list items are also displayed as block box. We use the display property and set its value to flex, so it becomes a flex container, and its children behave as flex items, and we can style them easily. I save the file. Here they are. They are sitting next to each other. Let's give them some space to breathe. We use the justify content property and set it to space evenly like this. I save the file. Here they are. We have set the justify content property to space evenly, but on this side, the space is larger than on the others. We apparently did not cause it. If something similar happens and you cannot figure out why, you can check it in the DevTools and get a better understanding. Let's open the Chrome DevTools and take a closer look at it. Chrome DevTools is a set of web developer tools built directly into the Google Chrome browser. You can search for Chrome DevTools online like this. It is the first option for me. I click on it. This is the main Chrome DevTool page where you can find all the information you need and learn how to use all of its features. To access the DevTools from a page, you can right-click on the page and select Inspect like this. This one, Inspect right here. Or on Windows or Linux, press F12. On Mac, press Command plus Option plus C as a Charlie. I click on Inspect. This is my Chrome DevTools. I like to have it on the left. You can click on these dots and select the dock site you like. And also, if you click on this cog, you can change the setting. Let's start from the top. This is the HTML element, the entire page. And then this is the head element. We are not supposed to display the head element, so the browser knows that. That's why it's given the display property with the value of none. User agent is another name for the browser in our case. This is the browser style sheet. So the display set to none because it is the head element and we don't want them to be displayed on the screen. The next element is the body element. This is the entire body element. As you can see, the body element has 8 pixel margin on all sides. And again, this is the user agent style sheet. It gives it the display with the value block. So we know the body element is a block level element. And then it also gave it 8 pixel of margin on all sides. This is our style sheet. This is our file. The next element is the header. This is the entire header. And inside it, we have the H1. The H1 element, as you can see, is again over here. The display is block, the browser. This is again the browser style sheet. And this is the content of the H1. It has also 21.5 pixel of the margin on the top and the bottom. And this is our nav element. Here it is. And then this is our unordered list. So our unordered list is like this. You can see the space to the left. This is the space. The padding, the green padding is the space over here. Unordered list and ordered list, they get 40 pixel padding by default. So it is right here. If I say over here, say padding, and on the left, and then we give it a 0, it's gone. So now, see, the space around is even right. The space now is evenly like this now. If I uncheck this, the space is back. So as you can see in the DevTool, you can add or actually select or unselect something or add something to see the result. It doesn't affect your file. Then you have to go back to your file and make the correction over there. But for testing and experimenting, you can add or uncheck some of the item over here like this. So now we know this the 40 pixel default padding is causing this space. If we set the padding left to 0, then we get rid of it like this. Okay, let's go back to our file and then we make the changes. So we add padding dash left. We set it to 0. And I save the file. Now we are good. Let's style these list items. These list items. We use the child combinator selector. The child combinator selector is this degrader sign. It plays between two CSS selectors. This enables us to select only the immediate children of a parent element. So this is the parent element. We want to select the immediate children of it, which they are list items, LIs. Now let's give it a border. We give it a solid border. And we give him a 2 pixel width. And we change the color to this nice red. Yeah, this is it. And then I save the file. So this is what happened. As you can see, the border is too close and they don't have any space around them. So let's give it a width of 70 pixels to make them actually, to expand them, okay? Now it's much better. They have some rooms. Now we can give them some padding, okay? So to create a space around them. When the padding actually create a space around them and then push the border out. We set it to half a.m. I save the file. Much better. Now they have more space around them. And then let's center the text. So we do text align. We set it to center. Okay, I save the file. Yeah, they are centered now. And then let's give him some kind of font weight to make him bolder. Say yeah, it's much better now. So this is our nav bar. You have it spaced evenly. They have a border. The text are centered inside the borders. Very nice. So on the unordered list, we got rid of the bullets. We changed the display to flex to make it a flex container. Then we use the justify content property and set it to space evenly to give them distance evenly from each other. And then we set the padding left to 0 to get rid of the space, which was over here, the 40 pixel of the padding by default. And then we style the list items. We use the child combinator selector over here. And then we give a border. And then with the border, we gave them the width of 70 pixels to make them larger. And then we give them padding to create a space around them. And center the text. And we want the text to be printed in bold. So we set the font weight to, we know the H2 heading, this one, and P element, this one, are block level elements. And the browser displays them as block boxes. So their display type is block. We want to change their display type to inline to see how they behave. So we do it like this. Both they have class attributes. The head 2 element has the value of h2-1, and the first paragraph has the value of p-1. So we prefix them with the dot to use them as selectors. Now we want to change the display. We set it to inline. And let's save the file. Just look at over here to see what happened. I save the file. Here they are. They are now next to each other. They are behaved like inline element. We changed actually the display to inline, so they become inline boxes. They don't have a space above and below anymore. Let's look at them in the DevTools. So this is the H2 element. Here it is. And this is the T element. The reason you see it all the way because this word is here. If I expand like this, okay, this one, and now look at it. Now you see it is inline box. Okay, I changed this one back. Now the reason we have it because we changed the display to inline. This is our style sheet. Now if I uncheck this one, see what happens. They become like this. Now this is our paragraph, has 16 pixel on the top and on the bottom as a margin. And then the H2 element the same way. Now if check this back, here they are. They are now behave like inline element. So let's go back to our file. I comment this out to go back to the same way we used to have it. I save the file. Some of the properties can apply to inline boxes too. Not all of them, some of them. Let's talk about the first span element. It is an inline element and display as an inline box by default. So here it is. I do some copying and pasting here. The first span element has a class attribute with the value of span-1. So we use it as a selector. And then we give it a color of this red and a border solid with 3 pixels, this dark blue. Let me save the file so we see the changes on the screen. Here it is. Now, if I add, the reason I have these here and comment them out because I want to uncomment them one by one to see the effect of them. So let's uncomment the first one. Then I save the file. Nothing's happened. Okay, let's uncomment the second one. Save the file. Nothing's happened again. Okay, let's go back in the DevTools and take a closer look over there. So this is the span, and let's do this. We are inside the article, we are inside the first paragraph, and this is the span. This is it. Okay, let's go back to information we have over here. As you see, the display block is a scratch out because it is not display block, okay? It is inline box or inline element. So the box is inline. And then we actually add the width to it and also height to it over here. It says the windows up here says the display inline property prevents width from having an effect. And the same thing goes over here for height, the same message. So as you can see, width and height do not affect the inline bars. Let's see what happened if we give him 20 pixel of margin. So I uncheck this. I check this one too. So we have a margin, but we only have for the left and right. We have for the top and bottom, as you can see, but it didn't work for it, so it's not there. Let's check the padding to see what happens. Just look at on this part. Now we have the padding. The padding is on all sides also, but what happened? We see the padding to the right and left, but the top and bottom overflow to the next element. So the padding also affects, but the top and bottom is not useful, so it's actually overflowing to the others. Now I'm going to change the display from inline to block display. Here it is. See what happens. It becomes a block box, has a space, a start on the new line. It has a space on the top and bottom. As you can see, now margin works on all sides. Padding also works on all sides. It's not overflowing anymore. By the way, this is the border we gave it. So this is how it works if you want to change the behavior of an inline element. You can change the display. We actually, in our case, in this example, for this span, the first span, we change the display to block, and now all of these affecting. So we have the width, we have the height, we have margin, padding, everything is working. But if I change the display again back, here it goes. This is another way actually to use display property. Let's go back to our file. I comment this out, so we don't need them. We want our page go back to the same way it used to be. I save the file. Here it is. We know the mark element is an inline element, and the browser displays it as inline box. Let's give it a border. How about we give it a solid border with width of 2 pixels? So this is the mark element, another inline box. Next, we want to give the second span a display property with the value of an inline block. The inline block is a special value of display, which provides a middle ground between inline and block. We use it if we do not want an item to break onto a new line, but do want it to respect width and height and avoid the overlapping. I do some copy and paste again here. So again, the span, the second span has the class attribute. The value is span-2, and we use it as our selector over here. We give it a border with the solid border with 3 pixel width and this nice green color, and then the font color is red, and also we want them to the font to be printed in bold. So let's save the file and see the difference. Here it is. This time, let's go back to directly go back to the dev tool, and then we can comment all of these over there. Okay. So I expand this, and then press F12. Here we are, and then again the article. This is the third paragraph, and this is our span. So this is our span over here. As you can see, there is no display over here. The reason is not because it is inline block, okay? And then we have all of these. If I check these, all of these, nothing's happened. Like, and we get this warning also, like this one. The margin, it does the same thing. We have it for the left and right, but not for the top and bottom. The padding, again, is going to actually overflow. We saw that for the first one. Now, if I change the display to inline, what's happened? Okay, so in order to do that, I'm going to check this one, display inline. There it goes. It is inline, but all of these properties over here, they have effect on them. So as you can see it, and then it is inline, but also it's a behave live block. It didn't start on the new line, and it has a space above and below, and to the right and left, because for the margin like this margin, if I and check the margin, see what happened. So it didn't start on the new line, doesn't have a space above and below, but it is actually looks like a block box, but sitting in line. Okay, that's about that. Let me check all of these. Okay, well, it doesn't matter actually because we didn't make any change on our file. So let's go back to our file. I close this, refresh this. Okay, we are back to normal and everything is over here. This is let me comment this also for your reference. Okay. I save the file. For the next subject, we go back to the DevTools. This diagram is called the box model. The margin box is the most outer layer around the border, padding, and content as a space between this box and the outer box. This is the margin box. It pushes other elements away from the box. Margin can have positive or negative values. The top and bottom margins of elements are sometimes combined into a single margin. This is known as a margin collapsing. Two positive margins will combine to become one margin. Its size will be equal to the larger individual margin, not the total of two margins. Let's give this H2 heading margin bottom of 30 pixels. Can add it over here. As you can see now, the bottom margin for the heading is 30 pixels right here, and it is over here. The P element has a margin top of 16 pixels. As you can see, the margin have collapsed together right there. So the actual margin between the boxes is 30 pixels. This is 30 pixels right here. I uncheck this and I will add it to the file for your reference. If two negative margins collapse, the smallest value will be used. The largest number with a minus sign is the smallest. If one margin is negative, its value will be subtracted from the total of the two margins. This is the border box. We have seen it several times. The border box, as you can see, wraps the padding and content. The padding box is around the content. It is used to push the content away from the border. Unlike margin, we cannot have negative padding. And as we know, this is the content box. Let's go back to our file. Let's talk about the standard and alternative box models. To calculate the actual space taken up by the standard box model, we add any border and padding to the content dimensions. For example, if we assume that a box has the following CSS rule, I do some copying and pasting here. I save the file. This is a standard box model. The actual size is, for width, we add the border, padding, and the width. As you can see, we have border over here, border, and padding. So we add both sides. So the width actually is 344 pixels. And the height, we do the same thing to calculate the height. We add the border for the top and bottom, and then padding for the top and the bottom. And then the height itself is 100 pixels. So the actual size of the height is 144 pixels for the standard box model. The standard box model is the default box model. As you can see, the margin is not included because we know the margin is the outside of the box to push the other elements away. In the alternative box model, the actual width is the width of the visible box on the page. The content area width is that width less the width of the border and the padding. There is no need for calculation. To turn on the alternative box model for an element, we set the box sizing property to border box on it. If we assume the box has the same CSS as the above, the standard box model example, I do some copy and paste here. I save the file. Here is the alternative box model, and the actual size is 300 by 100 pixels, which is the actual width and height we gave it over here. And as I mentioned, to turn on alternative box model on an element, we set the box sizing property to border dash box on it. To use the alternative box model for all of your elements, which is a common practice among developers, set the box model sizing property on the HTML element and set all other elements to inherit that value like this. I do some copying and pasting here. We go all the way to the top and we added right over here before everything else like this. I commented out we don't need it here. And I save the file. Next, we talk about CSS units. CSS units could be absolute and relative length units. Absolute length units are fixed to a physical length, either an inch or a centimeter. Many of these units are more useful when the output is a fixed size media, such as a print. Most of the units we use are for a screen output. The only value that we will commonly use is pixels. 1 pixel equals 1/96th of an inch. Most browsers' default font size is 16 pixels. Relative length units are relative to something else. For example, EM, which we used earlier, is relative to the font size of an element. You can remember EM for element. REM is relative to the font size of the root element. You may remember R for root and EM for element. That makes it REM. VW is 1% of the viewport's width, and VH is 1% of the viewport height. There is never a space or any other character between the number and the unit identifier. For example, over here in 20 pixels, see there is no space between the unit identifier, which is the px, and the number part, which is 20. For a list of CSS units, search online, like I am doing now. Here it is the first option for me. You can click on this link and then get the list of CSS units. The test your knowledge screen is the following. We know a selector is used to begin the CSS rule. This selector points to the HTML element that will be styled. Browsers determine which elements to apply the CSS rules to by identifying the selectors. I have already created a folder named folder-03, added an index.html and an empty style.css file to it. This is our index.html file. It has a header element. The header contains an h1 heading, a nav element, and the nav element contains 4 links. Following the header, we have an article with an h2 heading and a few paragraphs. Then we have a section. The section has a heading and then contains a div element. The div element contains a few p elements. Some of the p elements has a span element in it. Let's take a look at it in the browser. This is our page. We begin with the CSS Universal Selector. The CSS Universal Selector is an asterisk. It matches all elements in our document. As I mentioned previously, to use the alternative box model for all our elements, which is a common practice among developers, we set the box sizing property to a border box on the HTML element and set all other elements to inherit that value. So to set all other elements to inherit this value, we use universal selectors like this. I will be copying and pasting as needed to not bore you with typing. We can also use the universal selector to select all elements inside another element. For example, all elements inside the article element. I do some copy and pasting here. I save the file to see the changes on the screen. So we have article space asterisk as a selector. Then we have the background color and color for the text. I comment this out for your reference. We don't need it here. Save the file. Another selector is the CSS type selector, which is also called the tag or element selector. The way it works is that a node name, which is an element's tag name, is used to match elements. In other words, it selects all elements with the same tag name within a document. As we have done it before, we use the body tag name as the selector to style the body element. Because different browsers use different default margins, sites may appear differently depending on their margins. To be safe, we set the body element's margin to 0 to ensure that it looks the same in all browsers. We also style it as follows. I do some copy and paste here. We have a background color, we have the font color, we have a padding 1.5 rim. We know a rim is root element font size. Then we have a line height property over here with the value of 1.5. This value is a unitless number multiplied by the element's own font size. So that means 1.5 times the own element's font size. That's the value for our line height. I save the file to see the changes. Here it is. Let's style this H1 heading also. I do some copy and paste here too. So we have the H1 as our selector. Then we are going to style it like this. We give it a nice red color and we want the font style be italic. We want it to be print in italic. We center the text and also we give it a padding bottom of 20 pixel. So I save the file. Here it is. Please keep in mind that the type selector selects all elements with the same tag name in a document. For example, if we apply a rule like this, I copy and paste here and save the file. This rule means all the P elements in our document. As you can see, it is applied to all the P elements in our document. I commented out, we don't need it here. The CSS class selector. A class selector matches an element based on its class attribute value. We know the CSS class selector begins with a dot followed immediately by the class attribute value. HTML's class values are case sensitive. Let's style our nav element. We gave the nav element a class attribute with the value header-nav, and we used a dot header-nav as this class selector like this. I do some copy and pasting here too. Let's save the file. So we have our nav element. We gave it a 2-pixel solid border in this purple color and a height of 50 pixels. We also set the display property to flex, so the items inside it become flex items. Flex items can flex their sizes. The item's default layout is row or horizontal. If we want to change the layout direction from row to column or vice versa, we must use the property flex-direction. We use justify content and we set it to space evenly. I save the file. Here they are. They are spaced evenly. And also, let's do, we use align items and set it to center. Again, I save the file. It's better, much better now. Let's also style these links. We use the child combinator. We have used it before. This is the child combinator. If the last selector are children of the first selector, you can separate them by the greater sign, and this selector is called child selector. As you have seen it before, we used it several times. I do some copy and paste here. We want them to be this nice yellow color, and we want to be printed in bold, and also we want to get rid of these underlines. So in order to get rid of these underlines, we use text decoration property and set it to none. I save the file to see the changes. Here they are. They are the color changed. We don't have the underlines, and they are printed in bold too. The CSS ID selector, an ID attribute, is special in a way that no two ID attributes can have the same value. An ID attribute can be used to uniquely identify an element. The CSS ID selector begins with hashtag immediately followed by the ID value and matches an element based on the value of its ID attribute. HTML's ID values are also case sensitive. We gave the article's h2 element an ID attribute with the value of article-h2. And we use the ID value as a selector here. I do some copy and pasting. We are going to give this the H2 this blue color, and we want it to be printed in italic. Then we center the text, and also we give it a padding top of 20 pixels. I save the file to see the changes. Here it is. And this is the H2 element. I want to style this H2 differently, so I'm gonna comment out this, and then I copy and paste the new style for it. Let's add it over here. I am copying and pasting here. I save the file. We change the color to green, have the font printed in italic, center the text, and also give it a padding top and margin bottom of 0 pixels. The CSS selector list. We can select multiple selectors that share the same CSS declarations and group them into a comma-separated list and style them together. This is called the CSS selector list or grouping. It looks like this. We go down to where we were. We use this H1 separated with comma. We use a class selector, this one, again separated with comma. Let's use this ID selector also. We just change their colors. I save the file. Here they are. You can mix them and add as many selectors as you want. Just separate them with commas. Next, we talk about the CSS pseudo-class selector. A CSS pseudo-class is a keyword used to specify a special state of an element that is not contained in the document tree. A pseudo-class consists of a colon followed by the pseudo-class name. For example, if we want the first letter of a sentence to always be bigger and a different color, even if the sentence's first line is altered, the new first letter will still be bigger and the original color, like this. I do some copy and paste here. We have a class selector. Immediately after that, we have a colon, then name of the pseudo-class, first dash letter. All of these, the colon, first dash letter is a pseudo-class, and this is our selector. This selector is for this paragraph. We want this letter L over here be in red, font size as large as 2 rem, and also be printed in bold. I save the file to see the changes. Here it is. Let's add a new sentence to the beginning of the P element and see the changes. I am doing some copying and pasting here. I save the file. We can see the changes on the screen. As you can see, the pseudo-class is applied to the first letter of the new sentence. Lastly, we have this L as the first letter. Let's use the hover pseudo-class and style these links so that on hover their colors change. Let's add it over here. Right here is good. We want the links A element. I am copying and pasting. I save the file. Here it is. Let's have another example. If we want the first line of a sentence to always be in italics and a different color, even if the sentence is totally altered, the new first line will still be in italics and the original color. We do it like this. Let's go down to where we were. I am copying and pasting again here. This time our selector is for the second paragraph, this paragraph. We want the first line to be in this yellow color and be printed in italic. Again, this is the selector and this is the pseudo-class. I save the file. Here it is. The element that a pseudo-class is attached to is called the anchor element. So this paragraph is the anchor element for this pseudo-class, and this paragraph is the anchor element for this pseudo-class. A functional pseudo-class also contains a pair of parentheses to define the argument. Let's have some example over here. I do some copy and pasting. This is the functional pseudo-class. And the parenthesis, we can enter the argument we want. Over here, we are telling it the last child be the last paragraph. Is started from the end. So the number one child is going to be the last child from the end. What we are actually doing over here is we say the children, P element, the children of the article, we want the last child have a background color, this color, and the font color in this color. I save the file to see the changes. So this is the first paragraph, this is the second, and this is the last child. In other words, the end last child functional pseudo-class matches elements based on their position among a group of civilians counting from the end. If I change this to 3 and I save the file, we got the first paragraph. As I said, it is counting from the end. So this is the third child. I change it back to 1. Save the file. The CSS pseudo-element is another selector. A pseudo-element is the keyword used to style a specific part of an element. Double colons should be used instead of a single colon for pseudo-elements. This difference is made between pseudo-classes and pseudo-elements. However, because this distinction did not exist in earlier versions of the W3C specification, most browsers accept both single and double colon syntax for pseudo-elements. But as I said, double colons should be used instead of a single colon for pseudo-elements. The double colon selection pseudo-element applies a style to the part of a document that has been highlighted by the user. Let's try it and set it on the first P element. I do some copy and paste over here. I save the file. Now, if I choose any part of this P element's text, it will be highlighted like this. So we have the background black and the color is in lime. It doesn't matter if I choose this or even this, it's highlighted like this. The double colon after pseudo-element creates a pseudo-element that is the last child of the selected element. As the name indicates, It specifies the location of the content after the element's content. It can be used to add the pseudo-elements or cosmetic content to the end of paragraphs with the content property. It is inline by default. For example, I do some copy and paste here too. This is our selector, and this is the pseudo element. We are using the content property, and we are adding this sentence at the end of the paragraph, second paragraph. And then and we want it to be in red color, this red. I save the file. Here it is. We added here. We can also add the multiple items here, like a text or images. And let's add an emoji here. I do some copy and paste again. I save the file. Here it is. A double colon before creates a pseudo element that is the first child of the selected element. As the name indicates, it specifies the location of the content before the element's content. It can be used to add the pseudo elements or cosmetic content to the beginning of paragraphs with the content property. It is also inline by default. Let's add a short sentence to the beginning of the third P element, like this. I am copying and pasting here. So the third paragraph is our selector, and this is the pseudo element before. We use the content property. We are adding this short sentence to the beginning of the paragraph. We want the background color be in black and the font be in lime color. I save the file. Here it is. A group of selectors is called combinators because they combine other selectors in a way that gives them a useful relationship to each other and the location of content in the document. Descendent selectors, it is represented by a single space between selectors and select nodes that are descendants of the first element, like this. I do some copy and paste here. Our selector is div-1. We gave the div element a class attribute with the value of div-1. So this is our selector. And then we have a space over here. Then we select the children, P elements. We want the children background be in this green color and their font be in this white. I save the file to see the changes. Here they are. So this is the descendant selectors. You add a space between the selectors. This selects all the P elements inside the first div element, which has a class attribute with the value of div-1. The child combinator. We have already used the child combinator before, and for our navigation links also here we used it. We use for other examples like right here too. The greater than sign is placed between two CSS selectors. It matches only those elements matched by the second selector that are the direct children of the first selector. Let's have here an example of the combination of a descendant and child combinator selectors. I do some copy and paste here. We have our selector div-1 and a space. Then we have the P element greater than sign a span elements that are direct children of the P element inside the first div element. So we want them to have this color in this yellow. We want them to be printed in bold, and the font style is italic. Let me save the file and see the changes. Here they are. The adjacent civilian selector, a plus sign is placed between two CSS selectors. It matches the second element only if it immediately follows the first element. I do some copy and paste over here. Like this example, the P element follows immediately the article element. We want them to be in this pink color. I save the file to see the changes. Here it goes. This is the P element. Immediately it follows the article. This is the article. Another selector is the general civilian combinator. If we want to select civilians of an element even if they are not directly adjacent and both share the same parent, then we can use the general civilian combinator, a tilde symbol. For example, I do some copy and paste here. In this example, the section element is the parent element, and we are selecting all P elements that come after the H3 element and have the same parent element. I save the file to see the changes. Here they are. You see the background color, and then we want the text being black. The P element inside the div element are ignored because the section element is not their parent. The elements that were selected are only the P elements that come after the div element. So as you know, this is the div element, and these are the P element inside the div element. And these two are the P elements inside the section element. That's why these P elements were ignored. This rule has been just applied to these two paragraphs. It is a best practice to validate your code using the W3C validation service. Finding errors in a small, straightforward CSS document is simple. Doing so in a large, complex document is more difficult. Let's use the W3C CSS validation service and validate our file. Search online for the W3C CSS validation service, as I am doing now. Here it is. It is the first option for me. I clicked on it. When you come to this screen, you have three options. I like to go by this one, by file upload. Then I click on choose file. This is style.css. I choose the file and open it and click check over here. This is the result. We have no error. These are the rules. The test your knowledge screen is the following screen. I have already created a folder named folder-04 and added an index.html and a style.css, which contains mostly styles from the previous video. This is the index.html. I did not apply the style.css file, and I will do it later. Let's look at it in the browser. This is the page we use for this video. CSS is applied to a web page using the style element, link element, add import add rule, and a style attribute. Using the style element. The style element contains CSS, which is applied to the contents of a single page. The style element must be included inside the head element of the page, like this. I am copying and pasting here. I saved the file to see the changes. As you can see, this is our index.html. This is the head element. We add the style element, contains rules, contains CSS rules. Over here, just before the closing tag of the head element. I'll comment this out for your reference. We don't need it here. Save the file. Using the link element. The link element enables us to separate our site's contents from CSS. It makes organizing and maintaining our styles easier. And if we want to make changes, we only need to modify one file. It is best practice to put our styles in an external file and apply them using link elements. The link element should always go inside the head element of our document. Now, this takes two attributes, rel, which indicates that it is the style sheet document, and href, which contains the path to the style sheet file. In my case, it is style.css. I save the file. And next, we talk about importing with add-import. The other method for attaching an external style sheet to a document is to import it with the add-import rule. Let's get a Google font. We search for Google fonts online. It is the first option for me. I click on it. And we get a list of all fonts in different languages. I will use the font family Roboto, this one. But you can pick any style you like. It looks like it has 12 styles. I click on it. As you can see, there are the different styles here. I select the regular 400, this one. Then I click on this icon right here. It generates these links, which you can copy and paste into the head of your HTML file, or you can also go with the add-import, which produces just one link. Again, you can add it to the head of your HTML file, or like me, you can add it to the top of your style.css file without the style elements. So I just copy this part. I don't need the style element. And then I go to my file and go all the way up and add it to the top of a file right here. As I said, we don't need the style element over here. We just copy it like this because we are importing it by using the add-import rule. Then we add the font family we picked over here. For For me is Rubado. I save the file. Here it is. And at import, rule must be defined at the top of the style sheet before any other at rules and style declarations. Otherwise, it will be ignored, with the exception of at character set, at layer, or another at import that can come before it. The style attribute can be added directly to a single HTML element. This is called inline styling. Inline style takes priority over CSS included before it. For example, let's apply these to the first P element. Let's make it the black color. And then we add the semicolon. Then let's do the font also. Italic is good. And let's make it bold also. $700. Okay, I save the file. Here it is. If we include multiple style and link elements in our document, they will be applied in the order they are included in the document. So we have over here, first of all, we have the inline style, which takes a priority over the other styles. And the second thing is actually, it is after the link also. I'll comment this out for your reference. Next, a subject is CSS custom properties or variables. Large websites have a large number of CSS rules with a lot of repeated values. If one value is used in 50 different places and needs to be changed, the changes must be made in 50 different places, which is a lot of work. But if you use CSS custom properties, aka CSS variables, then you assign the value to a variable and you just need to make the change in one place. A CSS variable is defined by the CSS author and contains a property and a specific value that can be reused throughout a document. A common best practice is to define custom properties on the root pseudo-class as a CSS rule so they can be applied globally across your document. For example, making a custom variable is done by using a double hyphen before the custom property name, a colon, a property value that can be any valid CSS value, and a semicolon. For example, like this. I do some copy and paste over here. So over here we have a double hyphen. This is the name of the variable. You have the color dash main background, then colon, space, and the color value, which is a hexadecimal value over here. And then I do some copy and pasting over here for the rest of them. So here they are. We have the next one, again, hyphen dash dash color dash text colon, and this is the value. We are using this color for the text. And then for the head one, we are using this color. For the H2, we use this one. Main nav border, we use this. And then for the nav hover, we use this color. They can be accessed by using the var function. You specify the custom property name inside the var function instead of a property value. Let's use the var function and make changes like this. So over here, we can access the variable by using the var function, which is this one. Okay. And then inside the parenthesis, add the name of the variable, like this. If I save it, we have the same background, as you can see. Or for this one, for the text, we can say var again. And then that's the dash dash color dash text. Again, I save it. We have the same color. Let's change this one also for the H1. For the H1, it was dash dash color dash H1. And I save it again. As you see, the color didn't change, it's the same color. This is how we make custom properties, aka variable. And then we access it by using the var function. Then we enter the name of the variable inside the parenthesis. Now we want to talk about Cascade, specificity, and inheritance. The CSS has rules to control which selector is stronger in the event of a conflict. These rules are called Cascade and Specificity. Cascade refers to a set of rules and the process of passing down style information until it is override by a more weighted style rule whenever there is a conflict. This means if we are going to get styles from different places and there is conflicts between them, the cascade will resolve those conflicts and determine the final style to be applied. For example, let's add this rule for the first P element in 3 different places like this. First, we added here, we want to be this color in our file. We added right here. I'm copying and pasting. I save the file. So this is the orange color which we just applied. Now let's add it to the head element using the style element. I am copying and pasting. This time we want to change it to this green color. So I save the file. As you can see, even we have the style.css over here as a link. Now we added after it. So this actually overrides this one because it applies after this one right here. So change the color green, and also over here we had the orange color. Remember, we change it to green. Now let's change this selector. We change it to the type selector. Instead of the class selector, we make it a type selector. That's P element, okay? And I save the file. As you can see, even this rule, it is after this one, after the link, the color didn't change because the class selector has more weight than type selector. That's how the cascade and specificity works together. Now let's change it back to class selector again. And save the file. You have the green color. Now let's add the same style, the same rule to the P element using the style attribute. So we go over here. And we type style and color. Let's make it yellow so we know the difference, okay? And I save the file. Voila. Now at this time, this has more weight than all of them. If you remember, I said inline style has priority over other styles. It's not just after all of them as far as placing and ordering. It is also has the more weight than any of it. So it takes actually the priority over all of them and override it and change the color. In other words, The cascade works by giving every property and every selector a weight, and that weight is a combination of what is called a specificity, which is the selector specificity, and also the source order. Elements are sorted by the weight of the selector. The weight is a combination of how specific is the selector and also source order. In other words, a selector that comes later in the source code with the same or higher specificity is going to be the winner. They are going to be sorted by their specificity and the order in which they are included in the document. As we saw here, inline style tends to take priority over any other style that is applied. I will comment this out for your reference. And also I comment out this one too. I save the file. Then I go back over here and comment this one out also. All right. Let's talk about a specificity. A specificity is used by browsers to determine which property value is applied to an element. A specificity is a gauge of how specific a chosen selector is. If an element selector is less specific, it has less weight. A specificity works by calculating a selector's specificity. The specificity numbers for the following are, I am copying and pasting here. You can search for a specificity calculator online. Let's search for one. The first option is good for me, the first one. I click on it. Here it is. It is free. As you can see over here, these selectors, the greens are type selectors. Over here we have three elements and pseudo-elements. We have a nav element, a element, and the pseudo-element. And we have one pseudo-class over here. The color is blue over here. You can key in the selector, or you can copy and paste like this. This is our selector, our nav links. So we have one class selector, one, and one element, and one. So the specificity number for this is 11. But over here, see the ID selector has 1. If we want to look at it as a number, it is 112. So it has more weight. So that means the ID is more specific. and has a larger specificity number. But the class has less specificity. You can play with this, or you can come back and check any specificity you need. Inheritance is also important to understand. Some CSS property values assigned to a parent elements are inherited by their child elements, and some aren't. If no value was set to an inherited property on an element, the element gets the applied value of that property on its parent element. For example, the styling of text's font size and color on an element passes down to the elements inside it, unless we have applied different font size and color directly to them. Like body element here in our document. We have the font color and also we have the H1 here and H2, which we change the font color for them. If I comment these two out, and save the file, see the color change back to the parent color, which is the body element. I uncomment them. If no value was set to a noun inherited property on an element, the element gets the initial value of that property. The initial value of a CSS property is its default value. For example, backgrounds, borders, and margins are noun inherited, like this example. The nav element has this border. Borders are a noun inherited, so its children, these links, did not inherit the border. If we apply this rule right here, I apply it here, and then save the file, it changed the borders property value to inherit, and the links get the same border as you can see over here. I comment this out for your reference, and I save the file. The inherit keyword allows us to explicitly specify inheritance. It works on both inherited and noun-inherited properties. The test your knowledge screen is the next screen. I have already created a folder named folder-05 and added an image, an index.html, and a style.css file contain our basic setup for this video. This is the folder, the image, index.html, and the style.css. Let's take a look at it in the browser. This is the page we are going to use for this video. Let's talk about the position property. The position property specifies the type of positioning method used for an element. There are 5 different types of positioning methods: static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. These are the positioning method types. Elements are then positioned using the top, bottom, left, and right properties. These properties will not work unless the position property is set first. A relative positioned element is positioned relative to its normal position. It will be adjusted away from its normal position. Other content will not be adjusted to fit into any gap left by the element. An absolute positioned element is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. If an absolute positioned element has no positioned ancestors, it uses the document body and moves along with page scrolling. Absolute positioned elements are removed from the normal flow and can overlap elements. We know we can use the background color property to apply the background color to any element in CSS. We can also use the background image property to display one or more images in the background of an element. We add an image for the background of our page like this. We use the URL function to include images URLs. If you are including more than one URL, separate them with a comma. The parameter can be an absolute, a relative, a blob, or a data URL. If you want to refresh your HTML knowledge of absolute and relative URLs, review my HTML course hyperlinks. The link is included in the description. I save the file. This is the image. To change the size of a background image, we use the background size property, which can take length and percentage values. We can also use keywords like If we use the keyword cover, the browser will make the image just large enough so that it completely covers the box area while still retaining its aspect ratio. I save the file. Here it is. In our case, the box area is the body element, so we are good. If the box is not large enough, part of the image may be clipped. Another keyword is contain. If we use the keyword contain, the browser will make the image the right size to fit inside the box. In this case, if the aspect ratio of the image is different from that of the box, we may see gaps around the image. I change cover to contain to see the result. I save the file. We use the keyword contain, therefore the browser will make the image the right size to fit inside the box. As you can see, it did that, but also repeated. We don't want it to be repeated. So we can fix that by using and we set it to no repeat. I save the file. This time it didn't repeat it. Because the aspect ratio of the image is different from that of the box, we see it didn't cover this part. The background position property allows us to position a background image on our page. This takes a coordinate system in which the top left-hand corner of the box is the default position with a value of 0, 0, right here. This one, right here. And the box is positioned along the horizontal or X and vertical or Y axes. The most common background position values are two individual values. A horizontal value followed by a vertical value like this. Let's say top 40 pixels and right 50 pixels. And I save the file. So it positioned it like this. We have the top 40 pixel, right 50 pixel. If we change it, for instance, let's change this one to 100 and make this one 300 and save the file, it's going to be a small like this. I comment these out. We don't need them over here. And I leave them for your reference. I save the file. Now this is the way we want it. We need to change the background image's opacity to make it more transparent so the contents can be clearly viewed. There is no CSS property that we can use to change the opacity of a background image at this time. But we can do the following trick. In CSS, the pseudo-element after creates a pseudo-element that is the last child of the selected element. We are putting the background image into a child of the parent to change the opacity, like this. If you remember, when we were learning a pseudo-element selectors, we used the content property. Here we set it to blank like this. And then we say we use a URL function. And we wanted to cover the whole page, so we do background. We set it to cover. We need to position the image. We must first set the position method type. Let's set the position to absolute type. As I mentioned earlier, an absolute positioned element is positioned relative to the nearest position ancestor. If an absolute position element has no position ancestor, it uses the document body and moves along with page scrolling. And also we set the positions as follows. Opacity is the degree to which content behind an element is hidden and is the opposite of transparency. The range is from 0 to 1. 0 is fully transparent, that is invisible. 1 is default value and the element is fully opaque or visually solid. We set the opacity to 0.4 here. When we are positioning elements, we have also to consider the z-index property. If elements overlap, it enables us to determine which elements appear over others and which elements appear under others. By default, position elements all have a z-index of other, which is 0. The z-index is a reference to the z-axis. We give the image a z-index of -1, so it will be placed behind everything. Before I save the file to see the changes, let's change this one. So now we don't need all of this because we have the background image here, we have background size over here also, so we don't need it. So now I save the file. Here it is. Do you remember I said if an absolute positioned element has no position ancestors, it uses the document body and moves along with the page scrolling? Here it is. It moves with the page scrolling. We don't want that. First of all, we have a gap over here. We don't want to have a gap over here. Secondly, the background picture is moving with the page. So to fix that, we changed the position method type from absolute to fix, like this. I'm gonna comment this out for your reference. Then I add and I save the file. Now, as you can see, the background is fixed. It doesn't move. A fixed positioned element is positioned relative to the viewport, which means it always stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. Next, we style the header. We can use a gradient for a background and use the background image property to apply it. CSS gradients are a special type of image that consists of a progressive transition between two or more colors and is shown as either linear, which is generated with the linear gradient function, radial, which is generated with the radial gradient function, or conic, which is generated with the conic gradient function. You may want to use one of the free gradient generators available on the web to create a gradient you like. Let's search for one. Here it is, the first one. The first one is good. Let's give it a try. You can use this and generate a gradient. And then you have to copy and paste the result from over here. I already generated one. I am going to use it and copy and paste it for our page. I am copying and pasting, as I said. This is the gradient which I generated earlier. I save the file. Here it is. We have the header element over here. We gave it a height of 130 pixels, and this is the radial gradient. Let's position our header background. We use a position property, and we set it to a sticky. A sticky positioned element toggles between a relative and fixed position. It acts like it is relatively positioned until it is scrolled to a defined point, after which it becomes fixed and sticks right there. For this to work, we must specify at least one of the top, right, bottom, or left properties. In our case, we set it to, let's say, we want to stop at 20 pixels. And I save the file. Here it is. It goes up and stays at 20 pixels on top. Let's also talk about borders. When we add borders to an element, we usually use a shorthand property that sets the style, width, and the color of the border in one line, like this. I save the file. So this is the border. We can set a border for all four sides of a box with border property. There are a variety of styles like none, dotted, dashed, solid, double, grooved, ridge, inset, and outside. And the long hand will be, I am copying and pasting here. I comment this one out. We have a border top. We want it to be groove, style be groove, 8 pixels, and this dark blue. Then border right at the right side of our header, we want it to be a dotted border with 8 pixel, this yellow color. And then we set the border bottom to dashed with 8 pixels and this pink color. And we set the border the left side of our header, the border left doubled with 8 pixels and this dark blue. I save the file to see the changes. Here they are. Let's make the corners round. To do that, we use border radius property. And we set it to 8 pixels. I save the file. Here they are. Next, we style the H1 element. I am copying and pasting here. I save the file. Okay. We gave it a margin of 0 and the padding top of 5 pixels, this color, and we center the text. Next, we style the nav element. We make it a flex container. Also, we justify the content evenly. So we use justify content. And I save the file. Here it is. I see it is kind of out of the box over here. We fix it later, just bear with me. Let's style these links. I am copying and pasting here too. We actually styled the links before, and we used all of these properties. You should know them by now. We have the color over here, yellow color, and the margin top and bottom to running right and left 0 pixels. We want it to be bold. We center the text. We want to get rid of these underlines, so we use text decoration. We set it to none. We give him a border, solid border, and then also we give him a width for 100 pixels. The only things new over here. Let me save the file so we talk about it. As you can see, the shape of them are ovals. So if you give it a width of 100 pixels and set the border radius to 50%, then you get this oval shape right over here. As you can see, when the screen size changes, we have overflow over here. To make sure our page displays properly on different devices or screen sizes, we use the media query. The @media CSS rule can be used to specify a media query and a block of CSS to apply to the document if and only if the media query matches the device on which the content is being used. And we do it like this for our page, and we keep it at the bottom of our style sheet. So we have @media, a screen and width less than 500 pixels. Then we set inside these braces of a rule, header height auto. This means if this condition, this is the condition, if this condition is met, this rule will be applied. So I save the file to see the result. Here it goes. Now it is fixed. Let's apply this rule to the links. I'm copying and pasting. On hover, we want their color to change. I do copy and paste here, as I said. And I save the file. It's working. Let's make this div element a circle and center it on our page. This one. First, we center it and make it a square. We say margin dash left colon auto. copy it. We make it margin right. Also, now we want to make it a square, so we give it width of, let's say, 100 pixels, and also we give it a height of 100 pixels. And then we give it a background color. We make it this nice pink. Yeah. Okay, I saved the file to see it on the screen. So it is over here. Now, next we are going to make it actually a circle, and then also center this text over here. To make it a circle, we just add border radius, and we give it the 50%. And save the file. It is a circle now. Now we have to move the text down and center it. To do that, we say p-d-1, that's our selector, class selector. We center the text. Let's make it to be printed in bold. $600 is good. I save the file. Now the text is too high now. We have to push it down. In order to do that, we do padding top. Let's give it 20 pixels. Save the file. It is better, but it still need to be pushed down a little bit. So I change this one to 27 pixels, and I save the file. Yeah, now it's good. Here it is. And let's use the DevTools to make sure our page displays well on different devices. Over here, this icon, if I click on the small one, I get this. Then over here you can choose different devices. Right now I am on the iPhone 14. So, and this is our page. Looks good. I can change it to let's say Pixel 5, for instance. It is good. Let's try it on Galaxy. Samsung, this one, here you go, is good. How about this one? Yeah, this one is good too. Let's try the old devices like iPhone 6, 7, or 8 right here. Good too. And then what else? Okay, Galaxy 5. This is old, very old. As you can see, you can use the DevTools and check to make sure your page is displays well on different devices with different sizes. The test your knowledge screen is the next screen. I have already created a folder named folder-06 and added an image, an index.html, and a style.css file contains some style for the header, nav element, and nav's links. This is the image. This is the index.html file. And this is the style.css. Let's look at them in the browser. So we have the header with nav element and the links. This is the rest of our page for this video. All of these rules and properties were covered in earlier videos. You should be familiar with what they are, what they do, and how to utilize them by this point. In a flex box, aka a flex container, its children can be laid out in any direction and can flex their sizes, either growing to fill unused space or shrinking to avoid overflowing the parent. Both the horizontal and vertical alignment of the children can be easily manipulated. Making all the children of a container take up an equal amount of the available width or height, regardless of how much width or height is available. Making all columns in a multiple column layout adopt the same height even if they contain a different amount of content. In our index.html file, there are 3 sections inside the main element. They are block level elements and are stacked on top of each other now. Here they are. This is the first section. This is the second one. And this is the last one. If we make the rest of our page below the header a flex container, this causes its children to become flex items. To do this, we set the value for the display property on the main element to flex, like this. This is our main. It has a class attribute main. We also give it a margin of 4 pixels top and bottom, 6 pixels right and left. I save the file. Here they are now. The default flex direction is row, and its children sit next to each other on the horizontal line, right here. It is awesome. With a single declaration, we now have our multiple column layout with equal size column, and the columns are all the same height. Let's add a little style to them. This is the left column. This is the middle column. And this is the right column. We give them a margin of 2 pixels. And a padding of 10 pixels. We set their background to this color. I am using background shorthand here. And also, let's give him a border radius of 4 pixels to round the corners. I save the file. Now here they are. If you have a fixed width or height in your layout and flexbox children overflow their container, they will break the layout. You can fix this by setting the flex wrap property to wrap and the flex property to 1. This is a unitless proportion. which means in our case that we have 3 flex items. The available space is divided by 3 and each item takes 1 portion. Also, for example, if we set the flex value for columns 1 and 2 to 1 and for column 3 to 2, this means we divided the available space by 4 and columns 1 and 2 each have 1 portion and column 3 has 2 portions. This is how this unitless proportion works. We can also give the flex property a fixed width, like this. This means the minimum width is 250 pixels for each portion. For example, if we divide the whole space by 4 and layout is 3 sections of 1, 1 and 2 portions, all sections at first get a minimum width of 250 pixels, and then the leftover is given to the third section because it is given 2 portions. I comment out this for your reference. We also center the text for these H2 elements, these 3 H2 elements. I save the file. And next, we talk about the float property. The float property places an element on the left or right side of its container, allowing text and inline elements to wrap around it. We want to float the image inside the div element to the left and have the text wrap around it. This is the div element, and this is the image, and this is the text right here. This is the div element. This is the class attribute selector. The div element has a class attribute of left-div1. We start by giving the div element a background using this green color. And also we give it a border radius of 4 pixels. I save the file. Here it is. The image is inside the P element. That's why we have it over here to the left, and the text is started from over here and not from this space. What we want to do is we want to this text wrap around the image. In order to do that, we float the image to the left like this. We give it a width and height of 50%. Also, we give it the margin of 5 pixels. And then we float it to left. And also we give it a border radius of 4 pixels. I save the file. Here it is. Now, as you can see, the text is wrapped around it. Let's make the P element text italic and bold. The P element has a class attribute. We give it a margin of 5 pixels. And the font style italic. And then the font weight. Let's make it 600. I save the file. It's better now. Let's float this image to the right and give it a different background color. The P element is already in italic and bold because we did it over here. We give it a background color like this. And also we set the border radius to 4 pixels. I save the file. As you can see, the text is down over here, and this is to the left side. We want to float it to the right. So let's style the image. I copy and paste this. And change this one to right. I save the file. Here it is. The flex direction property sets how flex items are placed in a flex container. We know the default direction is row or horizontal. We can change it to column or vertical using the flex direction property. We make the right column div element, this div element over here. We want to make it a flex container, but we want the items to be a stack on the top of each other, not in the row direction. We want them to be in the column direction. So we change the flow direction to column, and we do it like this. First, we set display to flex. Then we use a flex direction property. And then we set it to column. We also give it a border radius. Again, 4 pixels. And we actually set the background color to this color. I save the file. So here it is. As you can see, the items are stacked on the top of each other. Let's center the text for this H element and these paragraphs over here. We use the child combinator selector here. So H3. and we give him a margin of 0. I save the file. Let's get rid of the and order the list bullets, these bullets. Again, I'm using a child combinator here. Also, let's get rid of the, not get rid of actually, to reduce the default padding over here. If you remember, the an ordered list and ordered list, they have a default padding over here. So we set it to 1.5 EM. I save the file. Much better. Let's style the image. We give it a max width of 80% and height of 80% also. We give it a margin of 5 pixels. Also, we center it. We use align-self property. We give it a border radius of 4 pixels. I save the file. But we want it to be the first item up over here. This is supposed to be an e-commerce item for sale. So I prefer to have the image, the first thing actually, the first item. In order to do that, we use the order property to ensure that it always appears at the first item on top. The order property controls the order in which flex items appear within the flex container. It takes a single integer value. The default value is 0. A flex container lays out its contents starting from the lowest number and going up. Items with the same number are laid out in the order they appear in the source document. We set the value of the order property to -1 for the image to appear as the first item on top. Lower than the default value of 0. I save the file. So here it is. The order property is meant to affect the visual order of elements. Screen reader users will not have access to the correct reading order. We also style this button over here. I do some copy and paste here. We know all of these properties and what they are for. So we have the width over here, minimum height, align self-center, a margin bottom, 20 pixels, background color, this green color. We wanted the font to be printed in bold and no border. But we gave it a radius of 4 pixels and we set the cursor to pointer. I save the file. Here it is. We also wrapped this by now in a P element. We will now give it a nice red color and make the font bold. Again, I do some copying and pasting here. I save the file. Here it is. We use the following media query for the header and button. As reminder, the @media CSS rule can be used to apply styles based on the result of one or more media queries for different media types or devices. In other words, a media query and a block of CSS can be specified to conditionally apply to the document if the media query matches the device being used to view the content. I save the file. Let's see now. Yeah, it's good. The following screen is the test your knowledge screen. I have already created another folder named folder-07 and added an index.html and a style.css file contains our basic setup for this video. This is our index.html file. It has an h1 heading. We use a div element as a container, and we nested 10 other div elements inside it. This is our style.css file. I have used the font Shorthand here. We set the font to a font size of 1 em, a line height of 1.5, and a font family of Rovado. It is important to remember that we separated the font size and the line height with a forward slash. Let's take a look at them in the browser. This is our page for this video. The CSS grid enables us to divide available space for layout into columns and rows using a set of predictable sizing behaviors. We can position and size the building block elements of our application into the grid areas defined by the intersections of these columns and rows. For a better illustration, let's style our page as follows. The div element we use as our container has a class attribute with the value of a container. We use the child combinator here. We give it the padding of 10 pixels. And also we want their color be this black. And also we want him to be printed in bold. We give him 700. And also we want them to have a background of a light blue like this. And also we give him a border radius of 5 pixels. We give him a border, a solid border for illustration now. I save the file. As you can see, the boxes are displayed one below the other. To define a grid, we use the display property and set its value to grid. This will enable grid layout, and all of the container's direct children will become grid items. Now we need to add some columns. To do this, we use the grid template columns property. Let's have 4 columns. We give them 150 pixel of width. I save the file. Here they are. As you can see, each div element becomes a cell in the grid. We have 4 columns. Each column has a width of 150 pixels. You can use any length unit or percentage to create these column tracks. We can also use the FR unit, which represents 1 fraction of the available space in the grid container. This makes the size of grid rows and columns flexible based on the available space. We do it like this. I'm gonna copy this down. Comment this out for your reference. And then I change all of these to 1FR. Like this. I save the file. Here they are. They resized and used the available space. The FR unit distributes space proportionally. We can specify different positive values for our tracks like this. I copy this one more time. I comment this out for your reference. And then we change this one. Let's say the first one is 1 fraction. We make the second one 2 fraction and the last one 3 fraction. And I save the file. The first and the third tracks get 1 fraction. The second track gets 2 fraction. And the fourth track gets 3 fractions of the available space. As you can see, they got larger proportionally. We can mix fraction units with the fixed length units. In this case, the space needed for the fixed tracks is used up first before the remaining space is distributed to the other tracks. We can also create gaps between tracks. We can use a gap property as a shorthand for columns and rows to add gaps between tracks, or gap-column for just gaps between columns, or gap-row property for just gaps between rows. These gaps can be any length unit or percentage, but not a fraction. The gaps are commonly referred to as gutters. Let's give them a gap of 3 pixels. I save the file. These are the gutters or gaps. In the next video, we will use a CSS grid layout to build a beautiful website. The test your knowledge screen is the following. In this video, we are going to style a multiple page website using the CSS grid. I have already created a folder named folder-08 and added 2 images, an index.html file as the main page, and 7 other HTML files for our website pages, and a style.css file contains our basic setup. Let's take a look at them in the browser. This is our main page. We have 7 pages. This is the About page. All other pages have the same content as this one, except the Contact page. They all have the same header and nav bars and footer for consistency. This is our About page. As a reminder, pages must have the home page's link as the first link but not include its own link in the navbar. We have the index.html over here as the home page. We don't have the about.html here. This time we do things a little bit different. We use a div element as our main container and nest everything inside it, even the header and footer elements. We also have two navigation bars, one inside the left column and the other inside the footer element. This is our index.html file. We have a div as a container. This is our main div. Let's set up our grid. We make the main div element our grid container. We set the display to grid. And we add columns to it like this. One fraction. And then that was the left column. The left column is one fraction. The main column is three fractions. And the right column is also one fraction. We also give it a gap of 10 pixels. We created our grid and now we want to place things on it. Our grid always has lines. The lines are numbered beginning with 1. For example, column line 1 in English, written left to right, would be on the top left-hand side of the grid and row line 1 at the top. While in Persian or Farsi, written right to left, column line 1 would be on the right-hand side. We begin with styling the header. We give it a background image and we set it to this image. We set the background size to cover. And also we give it a height of 190 pixels. We can arrange things on our grid according to the lines by defining the start and end lines. We do this using the following properties. The header starts in column 1 and ends in column 4, taking up the entire row 1. We also position it and we give it the sticky position. For Z and X, we want it to cover everything, so we give it a priority 2. You can give it any large number you want. You can give it 100, 1000. The larger the number, the higher the priority. In our case, we give it priority 2. We also want it to stop at 3 pixels from the top. So we set top to 3 pixels. Like this. And also we give it a border radius of 5 pixels. And next, we arrange the section element like this. We set the grid column to 2 and the grid row to 2, and also we give it a margin of top and bottom 0, right and left 10 pixels. We want to use column 1 for the nav bar, and we already used row 1 for the header right here. So the section element starts in column 2 and row 2. I save the file. Here it is. The header. And this is the left column. This is the main column, and this is the right one. And next, we style the navigation bar. We want it to be a flex container. We set the display property to flex. We also select the flex direction to column. We want the flex items to stack on the top of each other. We just want to have a border on the right side. So we give it a border right solid 1 pixel. And we set the position property to sticky. For Z and X, we wanted to cover everything but go under the header. So we give it priority 1. Just remember, I said the larger the number, the higher the priority. So we gave the header priority 2. We give this one priority 1. So it goes under the header. We wanted to stop at 190 pixels from the top. So we set top to 190 pixels. We also want to align the items inside the grid area. Put them at the start so they start below each other. To do that, we use align self property and set it to start. I save the file. Now we style the navbar links like this. We give him this blue color. And we get rid of the underlines. We center the navbar links by doing the following. We also want the links text to become underlined when hovered over. We set text decoration to underline. I save the file. So here it is. We have the border. These are the links. Now we style the main column. The image is an inline element. We make it a display block to center it like this. This image. We give it a width of 90%. We set the height to auto. We also give it a border radius of 4 pixels. To center it, we do the same thing again. I save the file. Here it is. Let's center this heading element. Let's do it over here, right here. That's H2. Here they are. They are centered now. We style the second image as follows. This image over here. And also the next one, the third one. We give it a width of 50%. And also we give it a height of 50%. We set the border radius to 4 pixels. We float it to the left side. We set the float property to left. And also we give it a margin right of 10 pixels. I can do the same thing for the other image. I copy and paste this. Then I make the changes. This is the selector, and then we set the float to right. And also we give it a margin left 10 pixels. I save the file. Here, this is the first one. And this is the second one. And next, we style the side element like this. We set the border left property to solid 1 pixels. And also we give it a padding of 15 pixels. Then we style the first image, this one. We give it a width and height of 50%. And border radius of 2 pixels. And we set the float property to right. For the next image, inside the side element, I copy and paste this and I make the changes. This is the selector. It has the same width, the same height, and the border radius 2 pixels. And we change this one to left. And also we give it the margin right of 5 pixels. I save the file. It looks good. Now we arrange the footer element and style it like this. We give it a background color of blue like this. And we set the color to black. And also we give it a height of 90 pixels. The footer starts in column 1 and ends in column 4, taking up the entire row. It takes in actually up the entire row 3. So we set it like this. And we set grid row to 3. And also we give it a border radius of 5 pixels. And we give it a padding top 15 pixels. A website like this does not need a navigation menu in the footer. The left column navbar is always there, right here. It's always here. I have added it so we know how it can be done. We style the footer navbar as follows. We give the display property and set it to flex. We also use a flex wrap. This wrap the overflowing items into multiple lines. We use a justify content and set it to space evenly. We also set max width to 280 pixels. And we center it the same way like we have done it before. I save the file. It is right here. Here it is. We have a copyright and also a link back to top link over here. We style everything inside the footer next. So these are going to be actually, this is going to be over here and the back top is going to be floating over here. Let's style the navbar links first. We do it like this. We set the color property to black. And then text decoration to none. and we give it a padding right 10 pixels. We want them to be a little bit far from each other. That's why we give them the padding right 10 pixels. I save the file. Here they are. We want the links text to become underlined when hovered over it also. So we do it like this again. We set the text decoration to underlined. I save the file. Next, let's style this copyright over here. We give it a margin of 0. Padding left 10 pixels. We want the font to be printed in extra small. So we say font size. We set it to extra small. And also we want the font to be printed in bold. We set it to 700. And we float it to left. So we give the float property the value of, or set it to left. I save the file. Here it is. Now we have to move this one all the way over here. So we do it this way. We give it a padding right of 10 pixels. We don't want its color to change when it is clicked. So we set the color to black. And we set the text decoration to none. And also we want it to be print in bold. And we use the float property and set it to right. I save the file. Here it is. I will just add another rule over here. This is for the contact page, the first P element. I save the file. Let's go all the way to the top. So we have the header. We float the h1 element to the left, and the header is a sticky stop at the 3 pixels top. And also this nav bar stops right over here. And this is the main column. And the footer. And the side element. Our CSS course is now complete. I trust you had fun with it. Please like and comment on this course if you found it helpful. Your feedback will help me improve my performance in future videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel so you may be notified as soon as I upload new videos. The Test Your Knowledge screen is the following screen.